Oi, oi, Mungalo. How you doing? I have just finished getting set up. Bam! Voila. What's up? I did some tinkering last night with this stuff, and I need to rework some stuff again. So I am real. I am well. I mean, as real as anything else these days. I got my new camera set up, working properly. It's now properly eye level. Yeah. Just thankful you can't see the top of my monitors and all the dust on top. Haven't touched code at all today, but I did yell at Kavino for his physics interaction stuff. Nice. Nice. Um, what I tried to do is I tried to split it out into a resource and an object, but there's a problem where if I have a constructor which has all of the parameters needed to create the thing, I can't access that in GD script. And if I do it this way with a create, where I create the thing and return a reference to it, and then inside here I create it using the data, which just is like how strong the spring is and that type of stuff. It crashes. It crashes. So yeah. What's going on, Fanny Slayer? Basically, I need to just create it as a resource. Nothing else. Hydrate. Hydrate with water. I just noticed I'm in the wrong corner. So yeah, I need to get that corrected today. Yep. I also started doing some Khan Academy on my phone last night for physics specifically. And the first thing that it went through was motion. Was motion for yeah, like motion, Newton's laws and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, that's helpful. That's helpful. Um, so yeah. Everything working as intended? No. Fucking lefty. I am a lefty. What's your point? I just realized I pasted hex code into chat, didn't redeem color, totally awake. Get coffee. What up, random? How you doing? I need to combine these two things. So I need to do. You can just get rid of you. Well, I haven't got around to testing it yet because I need to fix up a bunch of the stuff that I've got... Basically, I tried to split it out so that there was... so there was some different bits and bobs. So we had like a resource for what the data was and stuff like that, and another one for handling the actual spring. But the issue with that is it doesn't work. So I need to put it all into one resource. And then I'll create a resource on whatever objects I want to have a spring. And when I interact with those things, I'll create an inherited GD script class or something from rigid body that I'll have as like, interactable 3D or something. And that will have a check in its initialization, like in its ready, like in its constructor, it'll have a check to be like, do you have this thing set? It's that way everything I need, yeah. Now I'm Homer. Yep. I'll get tea later. Have a good one, Fanny Slam. Sounds like a cultured reference. I'm utterly lost. Yes, we need to... whoops. That's already spring damper. So we go into here. I need to take those 37 lines and we need to pop them in here. Get rid of you. Well, fine. Come on, you bastard. Work. Ah, that's why. God damn it. Of course I forgot the P. How you doing, Orcris? Trust me to forget how to spell stuff. There we go. There we go. Get rid of that. Don't need that anymore. And take all these. Butterfar. Spring strength, constant, max length, gravity. Damping ratio is taken care of up there. And then we calculate what the damping is there. We have... We don't need a setter for mass. Oh, yes, we do, actually. I think we have. I just need to get this rewritten a bit, and then we can test it out. Yeah. So if we do that, do a set mass. Do mass equals mass. Set that up. Copy you. We're going to go what mass, gravity, spring strength, max length. Max length is something I'll use to determine how far away the player can be. Yeah. You need a haircut? I do need a haircut. I'm going to cut my hair next week. Yeah. I've already got a max length. Okay. So max length, sprint constant, strength, gravity, mass. We got spring strength there already. Gravity. Then this one here, the same thing. Beautiful. So I think so the calculate damping. I'll test something. Okay, yeah, there's no. There might be a print actually. There are some prints. I guess I can probably just. We'll just use print verbose. Why not? Just so that I can make sure that it's executing before stuff in. Like after I create some stuff. Oh, I'm gonna have to fix up my scene. Damn. Shit. Yes. Yes, I can do that now. So these things here. Clear those. And then we can copy this over. Then we can pop into here. Get rid of that. And we load this up, and we should be good. Yep, there is no create. That's fine. So all I need to do from here now is go held object spring. And then I need to figure out how I'm going to be doing this. I could try it like that. Reload that. What up, Agashi? I'm going to create a spring damper for you. It's going to start as weak. Your mass, I guess I can specify now. That's fine. Mass and gravity. I'm not going to specify there actually. Because I mean, same thing. Gravity, I don't want to set yet. Gravity, I'm going to set based on something else. I'm going to set that when the player gets it. Haven't really figured out how I'm going to handle the gravity stuff yet. But I want to set them all to be identical except for the strength. Because if I have the strength differ, then I can see what each of them look like. Then these can just be regular. I should probably default mass to like 1. It's probably a better idea. That's what I need to do. Spring will be... Or spring... No, you don't want to... Don't want to have some autocomplete? There we go. Gravity will be get gravity from now for now. That'll be length. And yeah, we'll leave it at that. Mustache curls today. I'm doing well, thanks, Agashi. Doing well. What is this? That's our... Already has property spring strength. Okay. Ah, yes it does. Yes it does. My bad. There is a new secret word too. I need to re-enable that. That's what I need to do. That's what I need to do. I need to hurry up and get this new overlay finished as well. Like, seriously, what's taken me so long? Okay. So, node access property or key spring. Base object of type rigid body 3D shape block. That's spring data. That's why. I should probably start changing these around, shouldn't I? Cylinder is weakest. Mass prism is weak. Rectangle is. Oh, prism is medium. Rectangle is weak. And you will be strongest. But I think strong is going to be the strength we want this spring to be. Alright, moment of truth. Moment of truth to see if what we did yesterday works. If it doesn't, I have no idea what I'm gonna do. Cry. Cry in a corner. Okay. Vector 3 cannot be normalized. 94. Something's going on with our math. So the target is whatever the hold's global position is. You have target minus position. Oh, hang on. I need position. This will be position. I need another coffee. Cool. Build that again. Because it'd be trying to use a vector 3 that hasn't been initialized, which would be impossible. Spring. Oh, because I don't. Silly. I'm silly. All right. So we do set position. And vector 3 spring damper get position. And there's the thing with doing it in C++, you got to keep compiling bits and pieces. What was that? Oh, there was some project that was being worked on. What up, Brainoid? How you doing? There was a project being worked on for Godot. It was like Godot C++ scripting. It wasn't GD extensions. Genova, Project Genova. That's it. So this was basic, like this is basically a project that allows you to create code, like create your game using just pure C++. What up, Thomsert? I'm gonna call you Tom. The only problem, couldn't host me? Dang, why not? I still don't know how to beat Kick. I think this requires you to use like Visual Studio. Oh shit. It does support Clang and GCC. Damn. That might actually be worth it. The last time I saw this, it was in like an alpha stage. So, currently game logic in C++ gives benefits. Yep. Let's see, Godot. Compatible Godot engine 4.2 plus fork. All Godot forks are compatible with running Genova, but hot reloading nested extensions is only supported in the following distributions. Okay, so you got to get like a You got to get like one of these too. Godot stripped to its essence. Interesting. That's interesting. What's removed? They removed Jolt physics and 2D physics. They can be enabled. Translations, access kit, and accessibility features. GD script, script editor, and script debugger. Shader editor and visual shader editor. Interesting. So you basically have to build it all yourself. That's an interesting little project, that one. Yeah. So how was your stream, Thomst? Let's test this. Let's hope this works. I hope this works. I've already got an error. Set position. Invalid setter. Set position. For property position. Why? What do you mean? No, don't build it again. Just NeoVim. Set position. We do default it. Wonder. Magnitude is 9.8. So if the magnitude is 9.8, even though it's a negative, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Let's default a few of those things. So why is it saying that set position is an invalid setter? Or position. Oh, I see. Yep. Mass position. Damn it. Should have made it case sensitive. There we go. That will hopefully help. How am I going to rearrange this apartment? I keep looking around and I'm like, how the hell am I going to do this? How? How? Is anyone here good with feng shui? Okay, let's see. Spring position. So that's its initial position when we grab it. Let's hope we don't get that issue with the infinite or non-normalized vector. We do still get that issue. Vector 3 cannot be normalized. What does that mean? Is it because displacement isn't set? What if I just create a function called setup? Get rid of these. We just go or configure. We go vector 3 position displacement. Actually, target. Displacement is it's because of the damping. I'm not configuring the damping, so dampen becomes 0. But that has no effect on anything at that point. Direction, that could be an issue. Spring constant divided by mass, that should be fine. Because we have the spring constant, we have the mass being set. Distance 2. Which, as we have up top there, is just... Is that target minus position? Or would it be position minus target? Hmm. I don't know. I should also do calculate damping in there. You mean return type? Oh. A lot of noise in the microphone today. Did it change recently? Um, because of the tapping on the desk. Is that what you're hearing? That's probably because. So. I was using this one. I was using this one to hold the mic. But I can't imagine that would do much difference. Let's test. After we test this, of course. We're gonna see what happens. Because yeah, I was using this as like a little stand, and I've changed to using this one, which has like a solid base. So maybe that base is just picking up more. And that's probably it. So. Okay, so that still has. What is that? You might hear a bit more while I unscrew the sides of this. What is that V infinite? Like, what part of it is not correct? The fuck is that? I have no idea what that is that I pulled out of base there. Maybe it's from the top of that. I don't know. Excuse me while I just put this new base, well, this original base back in. Oh, so it's always that tall. That tall. Okay. All right, so we do that. Now it's C. How's that? It sounds better. It does sound better, doesn't it? Huh. Well, there you go. There you go. I thought there was a reason I was using this base. Originally, I just thought I was going insane. But there you have it. All right, so why is this having a ginormous hissy fit? Because we're also not seeing that. Actually, let's configure this correctly. Configure Hang on. Maybe because of that. Why do you not have configure? It should have configure. Why is it saying that that doesn't exist? Figure, it's right there. Did I just imagine copying it over? Did I just imagine the entire compilation? All right. The answer is yes, I did. What up, Footlong? How you doing? I've been awake since 4 a.m. Don't ask me why. I don't know. I think it was just like the wind outside, just like smashing against the. Smashing against the window, rattling the window and shit. Sounds much better now. Yeah, I thought it might. It's amazing what difference the stand can make. Like this is a that's a pretty solid stand. And that picks up every little tap. Now switch over to this thing that's just like three little legs. And perfect, no issue. I do wanna I've got this. I'm like maybe I should use that at some point. Yeah. Get it off my desk completely. It's like yeah. Why not? That's right. I need. So we have a vector 3, which would be this thing. Ah, Pring. Oh my god. My brain is gone. Actually, I've got a couple of logo designs for the in-game company Holoframe. Um, right there. It's returning Nan. Why is it returning Nan? um, so I was tinkering with these. So there's this one. Very simple, very straightforward. Looks like a cube that's empty, like just the outline of a cube, and like comes in and out, sort of thing. Yeah. I was like, oh yeah, that looks alright. And then there was also this idea where it was just like, I don't really like that one as much. I don't really like that one. What vintage? Maybe instead of like maybe I don't know. But I definitely prefer that design type thing. We're not on the like what technically we are still on the physics, but we've got the math programmed. Just trying to figure out why this is returning not a number. So I need to do like spring mass. Um, I wonder if that will return it. I don't think it will. It's also not going to return acceleration. Won't return displacement. Spring constant. So if all of those are valid, then it's got to be something else in there. My face has spikes on it. Yep. Yep. Thank you for pointing out my acne. Yeah, because target doesn't exist. Yep. Well, it exists, but I don't have access to it. Um, hmm. It went. It went. We have mass times spring constant times damping ratio. Damping ratio is set Yeah. um. Nah, I'll leave it as that. Hmm. Let's make sure this is all good. Yeah, I haven't really been tracking Bubble Shop Sim. I've been going through bugs and feedback, but I haven't really been tracking wish lists or sales or anything like that. Property or key position. So I got rid of it. Yep. Hmm. Solicitor, I made a mock-up for some capsule art for Ball Shop Simulator while I was learning to use Affinity. Would you like it? I mean, feel free to show it off. And I'm not gonna stop you from making fan art. So there's print raw. Let's print verbose. Hmm. I think I'm just gonna need to set it up in here. Let's go. Nah, that's alright. Ads coming in. Damn. Let's go. Because I just want to print something from in here. So I guess it'll just be print line. Yeah, I guess it'll just be that. Alright. We got ads. I need to get myself another coffee. Are you ready for words? I hope so. I really need to debug this C++ and get it fixed. Oh well. It'll be fixed soon enough, and then it'll work, and we'll all be having a good time. There's the first word for you. BRB. And I'm back. Let's see. A waffer? What the hell do you mean a waffer? Come on, we can perfect this one. Um, WAF, WAFE. Well done. Good work. All right, let's start getting these printed. Velocity. Acceleration. Dampen. Direction. Spring force. All right. So we start with a vector 3 and we end with a vector 3. Get these printed out. The outline of the bobblehead is a little pixelated because I had to steal the images from Steam. Ah, nice. Nice bubble font. It's a very nice bubble font. The bubble looks very bubble. Got a slice of cherry pie to celebrate not vaping for 2 weeks. Be careful. Cherry pie is a gateway drug. You not heard the song by Guns N' Roses? I think it was Guns N' Roses, wasn't it? That's a Guns N' Roses song, isn't it? I'm not thinking of some other band that sings it and just saying that it's Guns N' Roses. Guns N' Roses, Sweet Child of Mine. No. Yeah, it's Guns N' Roses. Yeah. Cool. I'm not insane. I mean, any more insane. Okay. Nan. Nan. That gets really high really fast. That's the problem. I think I think we've got a our calculations are right. Like new displacement. Says displacement is 0.27. So I wonder. So I wonder if we're doing that calculation incorrectly and like as it moves, like we're pushing it away by having that displacement be incorrect. It's still not that. I see how it's that. And those are negative. New displacement. That's our velocity. That's our acceleration. That's our dampen. Our dampen is 0. It's saying the spring force is negative 12. And that's because the mass is 25 grams. What up, desist? How are you doing? So it's negative 3 over 0.25, making it negative 12 for the spring force. Right. You're damping. Gravity. Hmm. Templating this in GD, like templating stuff like this in GD script will definitely be better in the future. So instead of building it in C++ first, template it with GD script, get it working, and then move it over to C++ so that I don't have to keep building the same thing. Like keep building Godot, copying it over, all that kind of stuff. Okay. There's a problem with our damping. I have a feeling it might be the spring or the damping ratio. Oh, actually. Oh. Pop this open. Run it again. The damping ratio is 0. Um, Howdy. What up, cool cat? How you doing? That's what our problem is. Possibly. Maybe. I guess this type of issue wouldn't really be caught by building it in GD script first. Okay. I know exactly what's happened there. Oh, that's. It still hasn't stopped that issue. But there's another thing in there that well, I know that that's working now. Ow. Position distance to target. Because the issue is you have spring force being times by acceleration, and we're subtracting dampen from that. We're multiplying by direction. But the value is getting so large. I think I know why. Because if new displacement is the same as displacement, then that's going to end up being 0, which means that's going to end up being 0, which means that's going to end up being 0. Well, actually, it'd be a negative value because dampen goes negative. But if the player then moves, the displacement to new displacement changes straight away. And speeds up. And launches it. Um, I might need to give it. I don't want to, but then what we can do equals initial velocity if displacement yeah, that'll be a vec. That'll be a it's velocity, not. Well, velocity is a vector. So why are we having it as a float? Screw it. Because we're multiplying it by direction at the end. If displacement what the shit? Math is equal prox displacement, new displacement. If not that, what just happened there? Because we have math funcs already. Because of you. That has is equal prox. If. Oh, that's why. No. That's why I forgot the parentheses. That. So it will always have a velocity now. I don't know if that's going to fix our issue. Damn physics. Damn physics. Maybe I need to build a game that teaches. Oh, no, it could be it. Build a game that goes through and teaches physics, just so that I can teach myself physics. Let's see what happens. Well, that just launched somewhere. It's a very far way away. Um, hmm. Is it because we're working? No, because we're working on global position, so it should be fine. Because we have the direction too. Spring force is a negative. The only way that's going to be a positive is if acceleration is a negative too. But acceleration. That's positive. Dampen is 2.12. Direction is that. I think that's the problem. I think the problem is that we've got the negative for the spring constant. Because we've already got the direction from the position to the target that we're multiplying that by. So if we have that as a negative, then we're going to get the direction away from it, not to it. If that's it, and it works exactly how I think it will, I'm going to be so happy. So happy that I may just do a little jig. Nope. It, still flipping it. I wonder if I want that to be a negative. Do I need this to be an absolute? No, that's fine. Let's rebuild that and see what happens. Oh my god. Let's see. Okay. Well, that's something. Hmm. Still isn't right. See if that one works. There's definitely an incorrect sign in there somewhere. Um, I'm going to set gravity to 0.1. It's probably going to make it worse. Because the dampen isn't as strong anymore. I bring the spring constant down to 0.1. See if a lower spring constant does anything. Even though the spring constant, like the dampen should be relative to the mass in the spring constant. That's definitely better. So that's weakest. That's strong. And strongest is the one that disappeared. The diamond. Yeah, calculation's not right. Doesn't work. What has delta taken into account in here? The velocity, the acceleration. I wonder if we also need these to take into account delta. Because if we go back to the visualizer thingamajig, this thing. Because I know this is in newtons, but what's NSM? Newton second. So it's a Newton second, that damping. So we need the damping to take into account, like we need that to be divided by delta. And that's just a Newton meter. That's fine. We're multiplying velocity by delta. Shouldn't we be dividing velocity by delta here? Right? Because we have displacement. U is initial velocity, V is final velocity. Um, um, acceleration. Final velocity squared minus initial velocity squared over 2x. Yeah, over delta time. So acceleration will be final velocity minus initial velocity over delta. I feel like that's going to be a lot better. I feel like the acceleration was way too fast because we weren't taking it into account in terms of seconds. We were multiplying it by delta, not dividing it by delta, first of all. Um, Okay, so that's weak. You're strong. Well, that was strongest. This is strong. You're medium. You're weakest. It's definitely not that. There's something else with the calculation. Uh, acceleration. Dampen. We know spring force is going to be 0.1 over 0.25. It's going to be tiny. Um, if we have spring force times acceleration minus dampen. Rebuild. I need to see what those values are. Something's getting way too large, way too fast. So, first two, velocity and acceleration, are always zero. What? How? So those are both always zero. So that means dampen, which is 0.38737902045525. That is what we're multiplying the direction by. What? That's not making it's not making sense. The initial velocity, I set the initial velocity to point 0.1. So that way we at least calculate something at the start. Oh. That's what we need. If the displacement and the new displacement are not approximately equal, then we want to calculate it. That still should have said that velocity was always 0.1, because we would have just kept setting velocity to 0.1. Now we're back to that. I'm still fairly sure that needs to be over delta. Because it's a Newton second is the dampening value. I don't know. Thinking I might just have to grab some other. Look at that. Might just have to grab some other implementation of a spring dampen, like a spring dampener, and use that instead of trying to write our own, because this isn't working. Hmm. Ooh, we got ads. That means it's time for words. Hmm. Dampen is 116. I don't know. I'm not sure. Why is it not working? We're even using math that a physics instructor gave us. It makes no sense. um, mm, so if we're not, I am wondering if we just find a spring, like if we just grab that spring dampener thing from that we found before and just use that. I use the add-on. Um, the hell's the first word? Um, I have no idea what the last two words were. If anyone knows what the last two words were, please tell me. It's going to do my head in a lot. Let's see. Okay, it's not base. Case. B is fake. B is fake. Daka. Daka. Akadaka. um, that's not a word. Um, what? I'm trying to think what this word is. We got there. We got there in the end. Nicely done. Nicely done. Next ads. Next ads, we do it again. That reminds me, I need to go into Nightbot. I need to turn some stuff off in Nightbot. That one. Because the dampen and the direction are fine. Oh, sorry, the spring force and the direction are fine. The dampen was not when we divided it by delta. If I just do damping, no gravity whatsoever, I wonder what happens. This definitely isn't. Not looking as promising as it was yesterday. And that goes straight to Nan. Acceleration is 0. Acceleration is then negative 148. Velocity and acceleration are negative. If we get the absolute of that, because that's not even our velocity anymore, that's just our speed. It only becomes a velocity when we bring direction into it later. No, we can't do that. Alright. I'll subtract the dampening. What up, Yana? G'day, G'dunts. Welcome to the We Have No Idea What We're Doing physics lesson. What were you up to? Computer shut down in the middle of stream today. That happened to Irish John, didn't it? He also had a crash in the middle of his stream and had to raid out. It's just one of those days where the world's getting all the cyber attacks. Everyone's computers are going to be unusable. AI's running amok. Yeah. Sorry to hear that. I know how that goes all too well. But it's usually my internet, though. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out this spring stuff. Spring physics. Too much rice? Too much rice. All the rice. Those values get way too big. They get way too big. Have a good one, Yana. I hope your PC doesn't keep crashing. I hope it comes back and starts behaving all nice like. Here's what I'm gonna do. Math absolute. Math absolute. The reason why I'm doing that for velocity and acceleration is because down here we bring direction into it. So we don't want it to be a negative acceleration. We just want it to be accelerating in whatever the direction is. And I'm going to change this back to negative. I'm going to just look for an existing spring damper implementation for Godot or C++ that I can just copy, I think. So probably going to end up being a lot better. Save us a lot of headaches. And then we can review that code and we can learn from that. And be like, oh, that's what we weren't doing. It just... There's something that we're not not multiplying or dividing by or something. Because that's dividing by delta. You're dividing by delta. I've spotted it. I've spotted our problem. I suppose I could probably just pop that in there. We're not saving the like new displacement. So it keeps getting more and more displaced, so velocity and acceleration obviously just keep going up. Oh. Nadoy. That's that's very upsetting. There still isn't gonna be a full fix because there's some other things in there that I need to tweak still. But with any luck, that still went up to Nan. It's still increasing. It's such a huge rate. Ginger, how you doing? What's happening with that? So the spring force. So it's this value here. Because the acceleration keeps getting larger and larger. I wonder if I get rid of the absolute here now. I still don't think that's going to do anything. How's the game coming? I'm still trying to figure out the spring damper physics. It's been quite the pain in the ass. I even have math that the physics instructor gave us, and it still doesn't want to do it. So I'm thinking I might have to just rely on grabbing an implementation from someone else. Like grab an asset library or something that does it. And then we can learn from that. So that still went up to Nan. Like acceleration should not be that high. Like that's the initial velocity. And then all of a sudden the velocity is 2.3 meters. And the acceleration is 142 meters. What? Ridiculous. We have displacement minus new displacement divided by delta. Displacement is set to new displacement, so we're storing it. So that way we don't end up with the displacement becoming a huge value, or the difference in displacement becoming a huge value. Acceleration is velocity minus initial velocity. And then we store velocity. Maybe I do want that to be a plus. Spring force is the spring constant divided by mass. I feel like that's wrong as well. Do we get a hint? There's a new word today. The word was guessed yesterday, so there is a new word today, which means there are no hints. No hints until tomorrow. The word was player. That's right, player. The thing that can be the worst part of every game. Let's see. It's still accelerating way too fast. Acceleration is going by delta though. Yeah, it does make sense. We have to look at the spring force acceleration. That's a negative. That goes further into the negative. So damping does get set as expected. What the hell? I feel like having the spring force multiplied by the acceleration might be a problem. But how are we getting velocity of 0.001? The next velocity is negative 2.37, which means the acceleration be negative 2.37 minus 0.1. But then how is the next one? Oh, yeah, because it's going to keep going negative. Then the acceleration is divided by delta. So if that's negative 2.37 divided by delta, how does acceleration negative 142? I feel like I need to. I feel like I need to multiply those by time. I know that's probably not correct. Well, I know that's not correct, but if it doesn't work, I might just remove this spring damper stuff and find an existing implementation and just use a third party spring damper. See if we can find one that does things the way we are looking to do. Honestly, that's better. That is better. I think multiplying by delta instead of dividing by delta was the way to go. Um, because we can now see that acceleration and velocity are consistent. All right. So with that, the next thing we need to do, Iliad. G'day, you good dunce. How you doing? Welcome to the We Pretend to Know How Physics Works seminar. Welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Fantastic, good dunce. What we up to today? Nobody knows how physics works? I know. Me especially. For instance, I want this to be a negative. Yeah. I don't think the universe even knows. It doesn't. That's why we have quantum mechanics. Because even the universe is confused. What's up, Johnson? How you doing? All I'm trying to do is implement like a mass spring damper. But it just doesn't want to. It doesn't want to dampen my mass spring. Huh. Sorry, I put a damper on your damper. That's alright. The world put a damper on my damper. So having that as negative dramatically increased it. Wonder if I need this to be by delta 2, because dampen is supposed to be a per second, like a Newton second. Let's find out. I'm using Godot. Using Godot and really just making it wish that I wasn't using it. Making Godot go, oh my god, please stop. I mean, it's going the wrong way, but okay. Okay. So, direction is the position to the target. We're adding it. We want to be subtracting it. Search on Twitch devs. Search on Twitch for devs to see what people are up to. There's so many. So many. Everyone's doing everything. You got Rust, you got C++, you got Linux dev, you've got game dev, you've got web dev, you've got vibe coders. There's people doing stuff in Go, UE, Unity, Godot. Some people using Game Maker. Some people making their own engines. Oh. Close you. Copy that over. I wonder if this is now gonna work. Gonna need to learn verse for UE6. I have mixed feelings with that. I've heard people have mixed feelings with that. It's doing it! I mean, when I let it go and it kind of blasts to infinity, that's... So that's a weak spring. I think that's the weakest spring. And this is the strongest spring. And this is a strong spring. And this is a medium spring. And this is a weak. Oh no, that's a strong as well. It's strong as well. It's doing it. It's kind of doing it. It's kind of doing it. I just need to get rid of like the jittering when it gets to the end. If physics doesn't blow up, are you really making a physics game then? This is true. This is very, very true. Oops. That's precisely why I'm making glitches a part of my game. So if you're able to get these objects into the box without placing them through those gaps or opening the box and just placing them in, that's a valid way to solve the puzzle. Because if people manage to glitch it and like glitch things through the walls and such, I don't need to worry about fixing that bug. I'm just like, no, that's totally a part of the game. Totally. I don't know what you're talking about. It's not a bug. I bet they'll work differently when they do. About 5 years learning blueprints to learn they're cutting them, just to phase them back in later in UE6 pipeline. That's powerful. See, like that. They're all in the box, I think. Um, why do they jitter back and forth like that? Hmm. If I change this, if I put it back to what I had, which was I think it was velocity as what if it was about using AI in the pipe to make something? Um, it depends how you're using it. I don't think using it to do your job for you is the right way to use it. But if you use it to explain the concept of a search algorithm, for example, without doing any of the code or anything for you, and then you take that and you create the code once you have an understanding of how that algorithm functions, that's fine. That reminds me, I need to see if I can get like a local a local chat or something running on my Raspberry Pi. Just something small to be like something small for like chat to interact with. Something that we can even ask questions to and be like, what is this physics concept? Yeah. So what we have that. Go down there. And then this, I think we had acceleration as something to do with velocity by delta. I think it was velocity over delta. I think that's what we initially had. Let's see how that logic works. Let's see. It still bumps around. When using same as a tool, Claude can now directly interface with UE 5.8. Get my file structure in place, and assets imported, so time consuming. Once that's done, I'm going to see what Claude can do to generate scenes with what I have, then fine tune the look. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's something I would use AI for too, is going, here's all of my models, here's all of my 3D models. This is how I want this to look. I want this here. And then it places it looks at my models, it goes, these are the roads you've got, so I'm gonna place roads here. And then we go, all right, now that we've got the roads in, I want like a old Victorian style street lamp along the streets about 20 meters apart. And then it goes through and it finds street lamps that match that style and like places them along. And it just like saves me. Like I still create the models. I still texture them and material them. I still come up with how I want the world to look. I just don't have to go through and manually place everything. That's something I would use AI for. Yeah. And I think that's a good use case for AI. What did we adjust? We adjust those, and that didn't really change anything, so. Let's get rid of that. There we go. Cool part, if you spline the road and then decide you do not like what the layout is, you can move the roads in the building, will auto arrange around the new road layout. I mean, that's something similar to Blender. So Blender's geometry nodes do something similar. There's a what is it? I think it's this one. Yeah, this thing here. This thing here. So they've got things for like rooftops and doorways and such. They've got building sides and whatnot. And then they create an area. Which raid did you come from? I don't know, Vongo. It doesn't say. It doesn't say. It was too long ago. It was probably Iliad. It was probably Iliad. So Irish John raided Iliad. Raided two nerdy nerds. Two nerdy nerds raided Iliad. Iliad raided us. You went from Cavino to two nerdy nerds. Okay, so you went Cavino, nerds, Iliad, here. Yep. That was the. But yeah, with this, they would create like a plane on the ground, and then as they resize that plane and stuff, the building would change. So, yeah, geometry nodes are pretty fantastic. Yeah, so you've got like that there, and then that turns into these shelves. Geometry nodes are pretty good. They're pretty cool. What's the hints? So there's a new secret word. Sammy got the secret word yesterday. So there are no hints because it's a brand new secret word. We're not going to give any hints on the first day. We'll give a hint tomorrow. Although yesterday the secret word was player. So unfortunately you didn't guess that yesterday. Get rid of that. Actually. Um There we are. Green. Now I am green. So we'll do that. So we give it an initial kick, an initial velocity to make it move. Pipno. Call me Hulknotic. Yep. Roar. I'm angry. Stevie Ray drawn. Then went for a quick outing. Came back at the end of the last guy. Got raided here. Yeah, so you probably also got raided into two nerdy nerds. And then to Iliad, and then to here. It's the general process. It's a general loop that people go through. Missed them all in all. Two nerds, that is. They're pretty great. They're pretty great. They got some amazing artwork. Why is this being so poopy? I wonder if it's the gravity. I wonder if the gravity is causing the damping to be too strong, so it's never able to settle properly and it's always going too far. Damn it. I really need to. How am I going to rearrange this place? Ooh, that's. Huh. I think I just had a plan. I wonder. Let's see. Hypno is green, Pino is yellow, Angry Hypno is red. No, that's Spicy Hypno. That's Spicy Hypno. Privileged Hypno is white, correct. Sad Hypno is blue, alright. Waluigi is purple. Waluigic. When collecting assets from Epic's free monthly stuff and many humble bundle packs over the years. Ran through a list with Copilot, said out of 10k worth at retail pricing. Yeah, I've probably got about the same at this point. I mean, it's definitely doing. Definitely doing what we. Like, kind of what we want. It's just the jittering at the end. Okay, we got ads coming in. Words time, level 10. Let's see how we go. Hopefully, Cord does not poop itself when I get to that point. It probably will. Bolts. Ooh. Toil. B is possibly fake. No, B is fake. B is fake. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. I see the big word. It just basically spelled out the big word. Why didn't bottle work? Because B is the fake letter. See? B is fake. E-Day ad. Actually looking forward to this Gears of War game. Who makes Gears of War? It's Microsoft, isn't it? Epic Games with Microsoft. Cool. Yeah, I'm not buying it. Um, God damn, that was difficult at the end. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not going to be buying any Microsoft or Epic Games games until they stop trying to prevent people from owning games. S is fake. Yep. That connect. Jeepers. I should have gotten that one. I do that every time I stream. Um, Note and tone. Um, yeah. Ton, of course. None. Jeez. What are we doing? Should I give in and buy Twitch Turbo? Yes, you should. Yes, you should. Because then it doesn't matter who you watch, you're supporting them. And you don't get ads. Yeah. Very nice. I'm gonna do a word chain as well. The IP I really want to make is in Shadowrun, but the rights for video game there lays with Microsoft. How does it support streamers? So Twitch Turbo, it's basically you don't get ads, but the streamer gets paid ads as if you did watch the ads. Wisdom. Had it for a bit of it. Yeah, same here. I've had it for like a year now. Oh, Wisdom Tome, Token, Time, Something 9. Man, this one's hard today. You don't get the emojis like if you sub. Yeah, you don't get the emotes like if you subbed, but Wisdom something. Or teeth. Wisdom teeth. Tooth. Wisdom tooth. Tooth file. If you file your teeth with it. Ah. Just thinking of that made my teeth. Yuck. I dislike that. uh, Fairy Dairy. Skim milk. um, I got no idea what this could be. Day, fairy day. Does this mean I'm better than all the non-turbo chatters now? I mean, I wouldn't say better. Elevated, elevated, maybe. Fairy dime, fairy day, fairy doubt, fairy diet, fairy detail, fairy. What the hell is this? What's the connection? Dental, fairy dental, fairy dress. What the hell is a fairy dress? I don't know. No. D-U. D-U. Fairy duck. Dust. Oh, fairy dust. Um, Dust, something to do with S. Dust. Uh, Storm. Sand. I like dust storm is the way to go. Yeah, dust storm. Nice, Vongo. How you doing, Ironic? Storm cloud. Cloud 9. Almost perfect. Almost perfect. Ah, almost perfect. All right, so we need to get this tidied up a bit. Need to figure out how to stop that vibrating. How do we stop that shaking? Um, because the issue is that it keeps overshooting. Hmm. Hmm. What if... I do wonder... I just want to see what happens if I just use damping instead of damping times delta. Because obviously, like, damping is just a Newton meter at the moment. And not a Newton second like it needs to be. Which is why we multiply it by delta to get it to be a Newton second meter thingamajig. Yeah, see. That becomes the problem. Um, nah, it's not a collision issue with the main body. It's because the position keeps overshooting slightly. Um, because the point that it's going to is like it's in front of the player that it moves to. And it's got like a lot of clearance between the player and it. GameStop has a stop beating it promo. Trade your busted controller. Um, got to be something in here that we can. Hear me out. Hear me out. I have no idea if this will do anything or if it'll even work in the first place. So, why not test and see what happens? It's getting closer. Yeah, no. That's as close as it's going to get. Um, huh. Because ideally, this is how the spring works. And that would be a weak spring. This would be a strong spring. And this would be the strongest spring. Medium spring would have some bounce. Weak spring would bounce back and forth like so. And the weakest spring, the weakest spring would bounce like that. But I think this factors in a frequency. Damping converts mechanical energy into heat. The energy is that. Hmm. I wonder if instead of calculating the position and returning it, what if we just give it a linear velocity of that? What if we return a linear velocity and we tell it what its linear velocity is? Game, nah. Nah, that's a new word today, Chicky. Because if we could have that, that would be perfect. Because we've got the damping ratio being calculated, but we don't have a natural frequency. I wonder. What if I increase? What if I increase the spring constant? Or decrease the spring constant? Or increase the mass? I bump you to 10. Mike, how are we? So we have the rectangle bumped to a spring constant of 10. Still has that jitter though. It never springs past. Let's see how the hexagon works. With a weight of 1 spring constant of 10. Sorry, a massive 1. Hmm. So our issue is that it doesn't progress. Like it doesn't. Yeah, I do think we need to actually return the linear velocity. If we return that, then over here we go. Let's build that. By central force. Okay. if we have that apply as a linear velocity, then we're going to have it's going to have damping applied to the linear velocity naturally. Okay. Pop in. Let's see what happens. It's a negative. Oh boy, how we doing? Where is rigid body after all? Correct. The player is a rigid body after all. We got it figured out. Now we just need to figure out the last bit of these springs. We should be good. But the reason why I want to apply that as a linear force is so that it does spring. So it shoots past, then the opposing force starts coming in. And then it eventually settles in the middle. I don't think it's overcoming gravity. I don't know more about that. Would you recommend using rigid body or character body for handling more physics on a player? Definitely rigid body. Especially if you wanted to do like ragdolling and stuff. I reckon a rigid body is probably much better. I have a feeling gravity's just way too strong. It's not even applying. Hmm. Hmm. Can I ask which domain you like best if I give you a few? Sure thing, Bongo. Sure thing. It's a negative value. Let's see. Um, Vongo website sounds odd. The other ones take like is like a .com taken or something like that, or a .dev, .game. Also check .com was taken, didn't check .dev. .dev's a good one to check. Oops. Now it's out of sight. Um, Dot Studio isn't bad either. Hmm. Vongo.dev is $10 a year. And how much are the others? Yeah, Dot Studio is also good. Um, why do we need Spring Constant over Mass? That's $70 a year. $1.18 for the first year and $10 for the rest. Eh, I reckon. I reckon. .dev. Hmm. I could own Vongo XYZ for only 1500. God no. Natural frequency is the spring constant divided by mass. Hang on. That's that. Or the square root of that. Have a look at this. Mass times acceleration plus damping times velocity plus spring constant times displacement. So let's implement that, shall we? Vongo ink is on sale for only 500. Jeez. Um, mass times acceleration plus damping dampen by velocity plus spring constant times displacement. And that's the spring mass dampener equation. Natural frequency is the natural frequency multiplied by the square root of 1 minus the damping ratio squared. This here let's see what happens with that. Because we want it to oscillate slightly. Hypno teaching shapes. That's the first puzzle. Making sure people understand what the hell shapes are. If they don't understand that, they're probably going to have a bad time. Okay. That's looking all right. If I drop you down to 3 again. Okay, that doesn't have enough. now. Something tells me all of that is coming out to be negative. Hmm. Have a look. It's pushing it away. Oh, hang on. I didn't build it and copy it over. All right. It's close. I can feel it. So close to being what we want. Hmm. Mass times acceleration is very small. It's a negative. Dampen times velocity, very small. Spring constant times displacement. Is much, much larger. Hmm. See how fast that's happening? And why is the left and right so? Um, I wonder if that needs to be a negative. Um, See how it's negative? When it goes over this side, it'll be positive. Acceleration plus 2 times dampen with the frequency oscillation multiplied by velocity plus the square root of the frequency oscillation. Displacement. So WN. It's the N. I guess that's just going to be whatever K and M are. All right, let's change it. Show you. All right, so if we return natural frequency, which is the square root of spring constant over mass, we want to return acceleration plus two times dampen over two mass W, and that doesn't make sense. Saying that is U. So so zeta is dampen over two times the mass times the natural frequency multiplied by the natural frequency. And then we need to add natural frequency squared times natural frequency times displacement. That's basically what it's telling me to return. Ah, yeah. Now what's it complaining about? Ah, yeah, that's right. Multiply that by direction. Yeah, cool. My God. All right. Do some words before we test that. God. Um. Hmm. Ooh, that could be one. I don't know if this is a word, but it could be, for all I know. No. There we go. Oh, God. Um. Merely. I knew Zed was fake. Leery. Leery. Ely. um. Rely. Well, I don't know what the last three words are. My god, that was tough. Alright, again. Also, how we doing, Gar? Um, Poor. Okay. Um, Shit. I think P's fake. P is fake. There's a hidden N. Hell yes. Um, I got no idea what else. Um, well, we tried. We tried. That was difficult. That was difficult. All right. Doing prep for D&D, you got to make sure to thoroughly destroy my players. I mean, for them to have balanced and fair fight. Of course, it's always a balanced and fair fight, isn't it? I always thought it was a balanced and fair fight. Okay, so those are colliding with me. All right. So that's where they're moving to. Well, that's where they should be moving to. Hmm. So, acceleration. Wn is the underdamped natural frequency, and that is the damping ratio. Hmm. It's so close. It's so close to being this. So close. What up, growling? Ain't no Martians in my marzipan. What? I don't know. Because there's that one we could get. Let's have a look at how this tool works. G'day, Cam. How you doing?
Cam is stranded in Boston.
Stranded in Boston. Why is Cam stranded in Boston? Because this would also be perfect for if you wanted to have companions that followed. Hmm.
It's been a long 24 hours.
Okay. I'm under 21, so hotel said no. What? You can't stay in a hotel even though you're like 19? Since I'm under 21, the hotel when we're checking. That's fucking stupid. That is stupid. uh what up, Azra? How you doing? That's because the lounge, I agree it's weird. But I work in hotel. It's got its reasons. But the lounge would have someone there to like the lounge is responsible for making sure that only adult residents go in. That argument is still stupid because people can go there with their kids and their kids are under the age of 21. So the kids could still like go into the lounge. Hope we always well with it. All is well. Thank you for asking. Damped spring motion. Now, you know what's really funny about this? This person has taken this. It's like, yeah, have a look at this, and maybe these guys took that one. Either or, if you have a look in here. Oh, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. What's going on, Misty Cheese? If you're a guest, you're old enough to drink unless you are a child of the guest, but you can tell if someone is a child or not most of the time. Yeah, but if, like, that still doesn't. It's basically saying no child is allowed in a hotel. Ever. Even with family. Because if they go in the hotel, they're going to have access to the lounge, which will allow them to drink. Which doesn't make sense. That's my main account, but I'm Misty Sea Cheese. I figured you were Misty Sea Cheese. Easiest way is to cut off tip of their finger and count the rings. The easiest way is when someone wants to enter the lounge, you check to make sure they're of age to be in a bar, like every other alcohol serving establishment. Thanks for the alert, Cam. Say hello to your chauffeur. Have a look at this. ZA, ZB, Z1, Z2. ZA, ZB, Z1, Z2. E1, E2. E1, E2. Exponent of Z1 delta time. Z1 delta time. E1 over 2ZB times Z2 minus Z2 E2 over Z2B plus E2. I don't see anything that confusing here. So what we would need, because obviously ours doesn't work correctly at the moment. What in the stroke you're talking about? Don't worry. So there's this. So take this back to what we had it as. Just remember, if you can't read it, it can't be confusing. This is true. This is true. This is why I like other languages. Because I can't be confused if I don't know what the hell's being said. So there's this. But you can see how it gets to a point where it's it's jittering back and forth. Like, we need the oscillation taken into account. Like, we need the oscillation to be dampened. Um, because if I do that, then it's not going to have that powerful slam into the ground sort of thing. That. All right. You see how it's also got that. Hmm. Natural frequency. Um, 0.9 is around 4. Because yeah, there's no dampening that's going on. Like there is here, but that's not really. That's just a constant dampening. There's no. So like it keeps overshooting by the same little bit, and then just going back and forth between that. I do wonder if I just fake these. Uh, I'm the Toblerone chaperone. I ride around on a magic trombone. What? What even is that sentence growling? Is that like a PID control thing? Um, it's it's supposed to do It's supposed to do this type of thing. Where like that blue guy is on a spring. Hmm. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how to deal with the oscillation at the end. I don't know how to deal with any of the oscillation. Because I want mine to. I want mine to function like this, where at about 0.9, it has a tiny bit of oscillation there. At 1, it just goes straight there and stops. At 1.25, it's a bit slower to get there, but it's still pretty quick. At 0.5, it has a bit of a bit more of a bounce back. At 0.25, it bounces back and forth a little bit. And at 0.1, it bounces back and forth a fair bit. Those are the different levels that I want my spring to have. But no matter what I implement, I can't get it to do that. So, um, it's not tough to figure out if you know what you're doing, but that's my problem. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not finding any, like, I would need one that when when it gets to basically the point, like after it's oscillated and it's gotten to the point, I disable the spring and I just have it following the hand, like stuck in the hand of the player. Basically. Hmm. Because if we have a look, here, that's the damping ratio. So that's fine. I've got the damping ratio stuff. The natural frequency is this. And with damping, the damped frequency is the natural frequency multiplied by the square root of 1 minus the dampening ratio squared. If I go natural frequency, the square root of spring constant over mass, and damped frequency is natural frequency by the square root of the damping ratio of 1.0 over the damping ratio to the power of 2. But how do I factor that into this equation? Wonder if it's that. Let's see if replacing the spring constant with damp frequency, which is calculated using the spring constant, works. I doubt it. No, that's still oscillating just as much. If not more. Hmm.
You can do it.
I don't know. Because even looking at the other implementations, they know exactly what we need. You know what I mean? Um, that's not going to be enough. Um, because the main issue with the oscillation, it's not going to oscillate with this because as soon as it goes past, it sets it to the opposite direction. And as soon as it goes past, sets it to the opposite direction. And it's altering the position by that much every time. Whereas I feel like we'd want it to be. I feel like we'd want it to be a linear velocity. That we return and that we apply. Yeah. And I can't find any sort of damp spring, like mass spring damper for Godot that works in a way that I like. Um, so the reason why I want to avoid um, avoid parenting the object that we're holding under the player, or under the player's hold location or whatever, and lerping to the hand, for example, is because when the player drops that item, it needs to be dropped back under its original parent, or whatever room it belongs to. The reason being, because I don't want the player to be able to enter the room, pick up all these, take them out, like come in, pick up these, take them out, and then reset the room and have that block sitting there. I don't want them to be able to do that. Like when they reset the room, the doors will close and everything in the room will be reset, which means that won't be there. Because otherwise I would be able to do the lerp. Hmm. Now, but there would be things that I do want to be able to take out of the room. Sometimes. How do we do this? Because that's not doing what I want it to do. Primarily because of how we've implemented it. Like, we can have this just return, but then that's not strong enough. Um, Put another mesh instance under you just so that we can get a visual. The reason why I need the spring arm is so that when we walk up, like when we walk to a wall, the held item comes back. Obviously, we don't have a collider on it at the moment. Oh, yes, we do. Okay. Let's get this moving. Oh, of course. I'm still setting squirrel position to that instead of going. What if instead of a force, it was just I just set its linear velocity? Well, that's going to give us the same issue as just setting the position. As soon as it changes, the velocity is going to change. Hmm. It's probably pushing it away. Hmm. Set it to be negative so that it goes other directions. By force. I still don't think that's going to do anything. I have played Repo. See, now that's saying that it's got an upward velocity. Or that we're setting, like we're giving it an upward force. But you can see how the linear velocity there has nothing. Hmm. Multiply it by gravity so that it's at least got enough to go against gravity. I don't think that's going to do anything, but do you want grabbing like in Repo? No. I think I'm just going to have to set up specific things for So see how it's velocity. I'm applying force to it going up, but the velocity's not changing. Like its linear velocity's not changing. Hmm. What happens here? Ad break coming in. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to do something else because this spring damper doesn't seem to matter what implementation we use. It's not. Yeah, it's just not giving us what we want. Oh, that words is over. Let's start again. See if we can do better with our words. Um there's no pharaoh. Yeah, I was thinking pharaoh, but I was like, nah, that needs 2H. Who? I wonder if anyone's going to guess the obvious one. I don't think they are. I think they're leaving it up to me to guess it. Yeah, I figured that one wouldn't be there. Um, oh, that's what the big word is. Harpoon. Which means there's harp. That also means there's hoon. Um, well, we got through it. Next. Oh, Christ. That. Wow. Not burn, but barn. Also brazen. There's also braze. Um, bear. The other type of bear. Earn, yep. Bear, if anyone wants to take that. There'll be Ray. Perfect round. Perfect round. I love it. Let's go again. We got perfect. Why not? Skew. V is fake. Yeah, very nice. Very nice. Sewer. Yep. Um. Weeks. Whoa. Hey. Wheeze. Well, not too bad. Not too bad. We got past it. We got past it. We're gonna go again. We're gonna go until we fail. All right. We're gonna go until we fail. And now I think I'm gonna scrap this whole spring idea. The hell is this? E? Is one of the E's fake? No, J's got to be fake. J's fake. I have no idea what the word is. NLI ray. Eerily. Um, hmm. No. That one sucked. I'm just saying, that one sucked. Uh, all right. I'm getting rid of the spring because it's just not working. It's not working and we don't know how to do it. So get rid of it all. Maybe someday we'll get it implemented, but that's not today. Let's see if we can figure out this hinge joint. Correct, you can't get class spring mass dampener. Mass spring dampener. So these two here your hinge 1. Change you to a hinge joint. So we need to figure out how to get this working. Because if we have angular limits, you can see how it cuts over to just there. That goes into the negative that way. That goes into the positive that way. Now, if we rotate this on the Z, we can also see it's rotated on the Y. Hinge joint 3D. Physics joint that restricts the rotation of a 3D physics body around an axis relative to another physics body. For example, body A can be a static body 3D representing a door hinge and a rigid representing a door hinge that a rigid body 3D rotates around. That's just re-documenting the exact same thing already. Let's see. Gwiz. Gwiz has good stuff. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh my god. Go away. Perfect. Hinge joint, first off. Okay. So rotating it that way works. But if we have the angular limit set, rotating it doesn't matter at all. Um, if I pop it under that, I rotate this 180. Probably want to drop this collision shape. Like so. And if we take the position of this, three nine. 1395. All right. So if we have this pin joint, go to 135. If I bump that to 115 first. I wonder if that's going to push up. No, so it's not pushing it up. The reason being because straight up is its rest position. Negative 135 is its final position. So if I run this, it's still going to be flat. But if I change it afterwards and set that to be, what, 80 degrees or something, it should be higher. Yeah. They've changed this to like 80, pushing it forward. Or 70, give it a bit more of a push. Or not. Hmm. So that goes there. I wonder if that's going to break anything. Maybe if I press the right key. Let's see, we want to push this. What about that? What the hell? Like, seriously, how is a hinge joint this difficult to use? Like, I just want it to fucking push the goddamn thing forward so that I can see that it's working. But it just refuses. Maybe that'll push it forward. Why? That's... It's not going to help. It doesn't help that the... Like, that it doesn't display things as you would expect it to be displayed. Like, the fact that I can't rotate it. Like, the only thing I can do is that sort of thing. And just hope that the part that isn't highlighted on this rotation is the part that the hinge is applying to. But nope. Okay. Maybe a camera. All right. Hinge. Okay. So 0 is our rest. Negative 135. That's not. That's as far back as it can go. The house I'm dog sitting for has a uranium dish. What do you mean? When you go near said uranium dish, do you feel unwell? So if I rotate this hinge, no. So negative 50 causes it to drop. Negative 180 is as low as it goes. I can rotate this. Rotating it on the Z does nothing. Oh my god. I dislike the hinge joint. The hinge joint doesn't provide enough flexibility, like enough options. Because even if I rotate it, it does nothing. It's like I need to rotate this. To -45. Okay. That's it. That's what we need it to be. I know that looks absolutely freaking insane because it is. But you've got to trust me. Gotta trust me. Um, Speed at which the rotation on the axis perpendicular to the hinge gets corrected. Right there. So we lower this value. You can see how it pushes it up. And then we kick it past 0 and it falls. And now it's down there. And then we start kicking up this. See how it starts moving it back up. All right. Done. Bye. All right. Duplicate these. All right, you. All right. And we have this. Oh yeah. I need to get rid of the camera. Gotta get rid of the camera. Okay. So they've both fallen down. Is correct. They're now overlapping slightly. Let's pop that to 44. Um, so now, how do we have this? This is where the spring would have come in handy. But we obviously can't use that. Um, if because if it's rotating on that axis, like, this is where I need a character model. So that we can have something that represents the arms and like where the hands grabbing. Whereas how would that work? When the hand grabs, that's going to be where the force is being applied when they walk backwards. But as they walk backwards, the hand would slide down. The hand needs to be pinned to that point. Yeah, the hand needs to be pinned to that object, not the object being pinned to the hand. Then as the player moves back, if that object's able to move with the velocity that the player's moving, it does. So what we'll do, build object collision. So grabbing it, we're not going to freeze it. What we're going to do is we'll create a pin joint. Interactable. grab. To do logging. And we go pin is a new pin joint. Position grab position. Now is get collision point is the global. Yeah. Which means we need to do to local and in node A is self, pin node B equals player instance. Grabber get path, get path. So now I can change this hold to be grabber. We have a grabber that's just going to be that's going to need to be a static body. Very simple sphere. Not very large at all. Have all of your collisions turned off. You are going to be both those. Pin Q3. And pin null. All right. In bias Why is there no bias? Aram's bias. Aram's damping. Set param. Param bias 0.99. Param damping 5.0. Oh, yeah, that's fine. We don't need to worry about the impulse clamp. Let's see what happens with that. Grab in base rigid body. Oh, because I haven't assigned you the script again. Oh, so I can probably rename that. Box lid or shape. Box lid. Let's hope. If that does what I think it's going to do, then awesome. Huh. Huh. You are on 4. And you are on 4. Grab. Grab that pin position. And the player very, very strange. Oh, I know why. Um, I need to limit the distance that the grabber is. Because if I go, if held object is not null, global position, that's going to be remaining in the exact same spot. I know. So the grabber was still moving around. Now, why isn't that working? Is it too heavy? Can't be too heavy because um how is this stuff the most confusing stuff there is? Hmm. What if I do grabber position equals get parent to local. Hmm. No. It's gonna be a do with that. Let's see. I would have thought the pin joint would have worked for that. So we're pinning this grabber to the lid at that point. And as I move, I would imagine the lid would. Oh, hang on. I know why. Um, Finally a bed. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? Just you wait. I won't. I'm gonna find out before you because I'm already in tomorrow. Ha 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 ha. Well, that still doesn't do anything. They got the pin joint, but it's not doing anything. Oh, hang on. There it goes. That time it did something. So the hinge isn't really locking the angulars, is it? I have a lot of traveling tomorrow again to get where I'm going. Are you heading to the cockroach farm? I hope that's where you're going. If I lock those positions, I wonder if it's the what, if it's the why. Hmm. So it's the X position. That doesn't seem right. Hmm. These hinge joints. It's not going to work if I do it that way. Um, what do we need to do? What do we need to do? What do we need to do? Because this doesn't work. I mean, not without breaking everything. We're really getting absolutely nowhere with this game, aren't we? Like, there's been no progress for a week. Because we've just been trying to get the interaction side of things working. But we just can't. For whatever reason, we just can't. um... Hmm. I'm gonna see. What's a value spring? Okay. Um... Updated target position in the spring damper. This should be at the same type as the initial position. All right. I'm just going to see if this works. I'm gonna see if spring damper works. So spring damper. Spring will be spring damper new. This needs initial position will be grab position. Initial velocity. I don't give it a velocity. I'm assuming it's not going to move. Initial frequency. I don't know what the initial frequency is. Is that supposed to be the spring strength? I assume. Dampening ratio 0.9. And initial delta will be physics server 3D. Ticks. How can I get the physics ticks? Engine max physics steps per frame. Okay. One over engine max physics steps per frame. Update spring damper. Position. But if we do... You may wish to access the updated velocity of the spring damper. Apply force. The position is the offset from the body and global coordinates. How we doing, Mike? Spring velocity. The position is going to be... Um, Sure, I can leave that like that. No. That initial position. Does that want to be global position? I assume it's global position. Yeah, that's not going to work because that would have to update. Actually, no. I can do 2 global. Because that grab position, when we do a 2 global, is going to be based on the new rotation and stuff of it. Let's just see what happens. Let's just see what happens. If by some miracle this does what I want it to do, sweet. If it doesn't, I honestly don't know what I'm going to do. Because I need to pass in get collision points and hope that it works. Okay, okay. Kind of. Kind of. What do we need? Export range 0.0. $1.25. What is this? That was the frequency, right? Initial frequency. Spring. And export var initial velocity. So if I pop this at 0.9, I have the initial frequency. We did have it at 10. If I set that to 25, initial frequency of 2. Ooh. Key shape type on evasive type rigid body. Shape box 19. Whoops. If node is not shape block, turn. I need to try and figure out what the values are that we need to assign this stuff now. So I think it's an issue It's an issue with the velocity. The spring needs to know the mass of the object. You would think so, right? You would think so. We're using this thing here. And it doesn't have anything for inputting the mass. The initial angular frequency of the spring, a float that determines the spring strength. So yeah, I don't know. I too, Almic, thought it should know the mass. Because we were trying to implement this. What up, Robin? How you doing? We were trying to implement this. Tell us what you're up to today, Robin. Give us all the details. We failed at implementing this type of spring. Yeah. And it has mass. And the mass does indeed change things. Your mustache gets more epic each time I tune in, and it's only going to keep getting more epic. Bye. But let's do a check. Let's do a check. That tip there. We're still at 44 centimeters. The mustache is still at 44 centimeters. But yeah, so we gave up on trying to implement. We gave up on trying to implement our own spring damper, because no matter what we did, we just couldn't get it to work. The closest we got was it would approach here, it would approach its target, but then it would just like oscillate really fast at the target position and never stop. So it would just look like a blur of an object back and forth. It never did that. It never did the spring back and forth. So we're using this thing, which does have, if we go to itch, spring damper. If we go here, it does, like that blue guy there would be the spring that we want to. Yeah. Ooh. Maybe that's what we need to do. Try to make a spring damper, but you succeeded in making a massage machine. Basically. That's when you use a clamping value. Any force below will just be clamped to 0. Done. The problem there, the problem there is we want it to go past the target for certain types of springs. For springs that have a lower dampening, you want it to go past the target and then come back. Yeah. But ours wasn't doing that because we weren't calculating the velocity to apply to things. We were just calculating the final position and setting that. But then when we changed to giving it a linear velocity and like applying a force to the point that we'd grabbed it, it caused things to basically just like try to come up, but then they just like fall on the ground and then they like slide over that way. And it's like, with what? Yeah, it was a nightmare. So now we're tinkering with this. If I turn that down to 0.2, leave you at 10. And now the problem we have here, copy Jolt and has like 120 lines of code. Well, Godot uses Jolt, so see that becomes our other problem now. Is down pushes that one out and up pushes it up. And the hinge joints aren't working. Fucking I'm hating Godot's hinge joints. So yeah, now it's like instead of applying a force, we want to do a position, but we can't just do a position. What if no? That's not gonna work. Yeah, that's not gonna work. I don't know what I'm gonna do because like, I don't know how I'm going to actually get this stuff to work. If I go around this side. See how that one's down? Yeah. Um, this is tough. This is very, very tough. I don't know how I'm going to do these physics interactions because the spring, like, do I just implement like do we just do that and go rules spring velocity if basis rotated vector 3 up. We do that. Let's see. I will say last night I did start learning proper physics stuff. Okay. There's too many things you have to get right at once. Otherwise, it's just weird all the time. Yeah. So because the main issue I've got is I want to have the character visible as well. I want to have the character visible. So, like, have hands visible and stuff like that. And if the player sees themselves in the mirror, they can see their character. And then when they grab the item, I would want their hand to be where they grab. And then as they turn, their hand is pinned to that point on the object, and that causes a force to be applied as they turn, and their hand like goes with the object, you know? Or as they step backwards, it like applies a force to the object and the hand goes around too. The problem with that is having the hand pinned to that point and control, like preventing the player from being able to walk too far away, and having the object that we're grabbing either rotate or pull or whatever is difficult. It's very, very difficult. So Godot's got that type of stuff too, but a spring joint is not what we need. It's like that works fine there. Works fine there, but then trying to get it to go back up is annoying. Over here, that way. See, I'd have to handle those specifically. And if I do it this way and I just don't have the character, like I can do it this way and not have the character visible. Yeah. Having it animate, open and closed along a path based on hand movement. No. Because if I do that, it's no longer a physics interaction. It doesn't feel like a physics interaction anymore. And it takes away from the player. I want the player to be able to like move stuff around and stuff like that. Not have a bunch of pre-animated stuff that fakes it. Um and bump up the frequency. See what happens. Like maybe I still have maybe I can have the player visible in reflections but they like can't see their hands and stuff. So they only see themselves when they like go past a window or a mirror or something. Um, so that way I can still do interactions like this. Hmm. Maybe I also do um, if held object is not null, we go dot well position dot held object. If dot is less than 0, we drop it. So that way, if they turn too far away, it just lets go. Yeah. That add-on's weird. It provides a velocity instead of a force. Maybe also want a force instead of at position instead of just apply force. So that's what I was doing. Because currently, I think what I'm doing is so I am applying a force at a position, but it's based on the velocity that this calculates. So there's no force or anything. It just gives us a velocity. So yeah, where we've got the grab position. So when I grab this, I convert the grab position, which is global, to local coordinates. Um, and I pass the global coordinate grab position into the spring. When we update the spring, we update it with where the grabber's global position is. And we convert the grab position to global at that point in time because as the object rotates, that local position will have its global position updated, so we'll be able to like apply the force at that point. But then we also we do it based on the basis rotated sort of thing, so that way it's like always. Yeah. Like we do it on the basis. So if it's the front lid, it's just normal. If it's the back lid, then we want to rotate it by pi and have the velocity calculated based on that. Yeah. Pop that at 6. But yes. Grab pos as a global coordinate. To global rotate its. Because this position here needs to be the global. And how's it described? Position is the offset from the body origin in global coordinates. So it's the global coordinates that have it being applied for that object. And it's offset from the body origin. So when we convert this position to local, then it's basically going, all right, this global position is this corner here. And then every time we update this, as the object moves or rotates, that local position is still the same. And then we convert it at that point in time to global so that that local position is now up here. And that would be where the force is applied from at that point. Right? That's how my brain interprets it. But it's more than likely wrong. So still need to subtract that from the origin though. But then it wouldn't be global coordinates, it'd be local coordinates. So when you say I still need the origin offset, what do you mean? I can't subtract the origin from this because then it's just going to be the local coordinate, but it needs to be a global coordinate. Translation offset of this transform in 3D space. This can be seen as the position. I don't think that's right. Because subtracting this global from the origin is just going to be... Like, even still, if I do... Is there a global... and is there a global transform? There is a global transform. So there's a global transform, which is global position. And there's a local transform, which is the local position. Okay, so if I do transform origin, that's its local position. And if I'm subtracting that from the global position where we've grabbed it, that's just going to be the origin, right? Position is the offset from the body origin in global coordinates. That's the part that I don't get. It's the offset from the body origin in global coordinates. That's already our grab position. Our grab position in global coordinates is already offset from the origin of the object. So if the origin's here and we grab it here, it's already offset. It's already an offset global coordinate, right? But then it defaults it to vector 3, 0, which would be a local coordinate. um, yeah, 0, 0 is the object origin, but that's its local position. Like that's just its position. So it's not the global position. It's just the local position of where we grabbed it. It's just that. Right? Global coordinate minus object global position just takes the global coordinate and makes it the local position of the object. That just makes it the position local to the object. Now that was subtracting local origin. I know that, but you're saying that I have a global position of, let's say the global position is 3x, like 3, 2, 3. All right. And let's say the origin is 2, 2, 2. Okay. So that means our x and y are like our local position of the first to the origin is 1, 0, 1. Okay. So if I subtract that global coordinate, or if I subtract the global origin of 2, 2, 2 from the grab position of 3, 2, 3, I just get the local position of where I grabbed it. So that's how it works when it's too global. Like just the global coordinate of where I'm grabbing it. And if I subtract um, so if we do this, see how now it's not working. And if I make it local transform origin, which is just going to be 0, 0. I need to fix up that bug too. Something about physics bodies in Godot, their parent nodes should not move. Generally, you would always use transform instead of global transform. Well, I mean, the parent of this thing isn't moving. Like, like Nice. But now, how do I do that? There we go. That's the only issue there now. It's pulling it down. Pushes it up. Um, I can't just multiply it by that though. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Fantastic dunce. Been on physics for a while. I want to try and help. Go for it, Almec, because I got no idea what I'm doing. I'm throwing stuff in, and if it works, I'm like, let's not touch that. It works. I don't want to break it. um, but I want this. I don't want to just rotate it on the Y. I also need it rotated. No way. Do I need to... Do I need to multiply the velocity by the direction that I'm looking at it? Oh, hang on. Lol. Might help if I tell it that it's the back lid. God damn it. Uh, because that's why. That's why. That's why. It's still down. Why is it still down? When I have this weird stuff, I would start a simple thing. Like here, I might just get it working on a free cube with no joints. But that won't... Like, the issue's only with the back. I think what I need to do is, instead of rotating it via that, I need to do it on the X. So instead of rotating it that way, I'm rotating it that way. Oh yes. I put that at 10. We view at 5. So yeah, I'll just have it that the player can't see the character model unless they. Um, I bump you to 0.8. Now it's just a matter of tweaking values and seeing what happens. Now that's the question. Do we want this to be. Like, do we want up to be what opens it? I would expect more moving it that way. Yeah. All right. Game orders. We'll do the daily. What artwork is that? That looks like a Bomberman. Nope. Nope. What was it called? You got it, frame 1. What is it? Looks like a creeper to me. I mean, that there is definitely a creeper. Um, um, oh, is it? It's not Scribblenauts, is it? It is Scribblenauts. There you go. Super Scribblenauts. Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus. Okay. got to be a Final Fantasy, right? I don't know. Ah, that's it. That's hang on. God damn it. Um, fuck's sake, which goddamn Kingdom Hearts? Let's go Chain of Memories. Which fucking what? 3D Dream Drop Distance, Birth by Sleep, Melody of Memories. Okie dokie. For 358 over 2. And Birth by Sleep. God damn. Fucking stupid. Okie dokie, how you doing? What's this? Whose boots are those? Generic boots number 1. Oh my god.
I got new headphones. Your voice sounds magnificent.
I know, right? My voice does sound pretty fucking good. Tifa Lockhart, no. It's not. Oh my god. How do you. Yeah, no. I have no idea how to spell any of their names. No. R.E. Claire? No, I don't think they
have a
have
Dolby
that
Atmos
kind
mode,
of
and it sounds like you're
stance.
everywhere.
Sounds like you're everywhere. Sweet. Now let's try. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, so it seems like it's more of a adventure theme. I have no idea who this is. This has thrown me way off. Um, let's just guess another Claire.
As a test, could you try talking to the left, right of the mic?
I mean, I can talk over here. And then I can also talk over here. And that's more because of the polarity of my mic. So I switch it like this, and I'm just the same everywhere. Switch it here, and it's basically the same, except for when I turn the mic away from me, it's nothing. And now I go this one, and then I fade out when I go to the side, and then when I get to the back, I fade back in. That's podcast mode. But this mode here has the left and the right. So, yeah. One time when I was a mechanic, this lady accused us of reversing the polarity of her alternator. Some people just shouldn't have cars. Yeah, they really shouldn't have cars. I have no idea who this is. I don't even know what game this is from. Um, if someone comes in and claims that their flux capacitor is broken, then it's definitely someone has told them that as a joke, but they haven't picked up on it. Who is this? I've no idea who this is. I don't even know what game to search. Which character from Zelda? Is it the anglerfish? It looks like an Angela Merkel. No, Genshin's artwork is a lot more anime. This is more indie cartoon anime than Japanese anime. Yeah. Like 70s 70s style Howl's Moving Castle, My Neighbor Totoro kind of graphics. 1 second, remember. Val. Okay, which one? We're gonna go Alicia. No. It was Isara Gunther, whoever the fuck that is. Pizza, medals, and slicing. Pizza Tower? Pizza Tycoon! Ooh, no. Pizza Connection 2, Fast Food Tycoon 2. No. Stylus control. Um, I have no idea. Microphone blowing. The fuck is this weird ass game? It was Cooking Mama. Okay, there we go. Disney Star Wars animes go hard. The rest of Disney Star Wars is crap. All right, single player, no third person, 2013 to 2017. Dishonored 2. Nope. First person, 2016, single player, not a shooter, not an RPG, not a fantasy, not a horror, not a sci-fi, not a stealth. None of that stuff. But it is first person from 2016. So no, not boxing. When Stanley Parable come out? Yeah, that's a good fucking guess. That is a good one. Okay, no, that was 2013. But good guess. Good guess. It is an indie. It's not a comedy. Um, The Witness. Bam. Can't believe I clocked that one. I was like indie 2016 single player first person. No action whatsoever. It's got to be a puzzle game, right? It's got to be Witness. What's going on, Nathir? How you doing? Here's the question I have. Up is currently what triggers that, and closing is also up. Closing being up makes sense. How do I make it? Let's have a look first. I think I know what we can do. I don't think that's gonna work. Hmm. Nah, that's not gonna work. Because the force needs to be. We can't just have the force being applied in one direction at any rotation. But that's what multiplying it by basis should be doing. Hmm. Because I don't want up. Fuck. That not save. Because I don't want up to be the thing that does it. I wonder. Reason why I'm doing that is because it's rotated by -44 to get it to stand up. So when it lays flat, it's 0, which means up is straight up. Now that I've taken into account that rotation of 45 degrees, up should be, hopefully. I returned. Just got off the game with the boys. Were they da cool? And are they your homies? Do you just chill out, yo? They were da cool. One of them is homie. Others I don't know. But they were friends of other homie, you hear? Sure. I mean, I didn't hear, I read, but I see. Hmm. Just working on some interaction. Hmm. That's going to be even worse. It's going to be even worse. So they'll go in the square hole? They will. They will all go in the square hole. That is correct. Okay, so that's not. What up, Zed? G'day, you gidunts. How yous doing? Do you like it? It's yucky. Baldy gank. That's mean. I'm not bald. Look, we're just tinkering with physics interactions. We couldn't make our own. We tried. We tried like the Dickens to make our own spring damp stuff-a-majig, like mass spring damp thing, but we couldn't. So we're just using this one. We're just using this one, and it seems to be working well. I've had to change the idea for my game around a bit, so you won't be able to see your character as you're walking around. You'll only see a reflection of them. You won't see the actual hands or anything. So, yeah. Mustache gank. Uh, I was on Zed stream. I figured. Zed rated this channel. Correct. Correct. Zed did. Zed did. I assume Zed is wrapping up stream end stuff in the jigs, and when they show up, they will tell us what they were doing. Why did no one chat? Someone did chat. Olavosturus said stuff. How did I go with pronouncing that name? Did I get it right? I'm no one. Call me Ollie, it's easy. I don't know. Olavosturus has a nice ring to it. Olavosturus. Ooh. Sounds like a Harry Potter spell. Oliver's a Nordic name with a Latin suffix. Storos is a Greek word. Nice. What up, rah rah la ro ro? How you doing? I will say yours sounds like a first attempt at coming up with a spell. Ra ra la ro ro. And then it eventually works its way up to Olivosterus. Both our names can be pronounced the same. um, no, I'm just tinkering around with this stuff at the moment, getting the interaction set up, trying to tweak bits so the player can grab it and pull it down. But obviously, when it's up, you'd want to just pull down, but you have to go up. Yeah. So we need to inverse the Y based on like if it's greater than 0, the more like the greater it is than 0, the more we need to inverse it. If that makes sense. But I don't know how we're going to do that. Reminds you of linear algebra? Thank God we're back to linear algebra. Ugh. Ugh. Trying to do physics over the last couple of days has made me cry. I cried myself to sleep last night. I woke up this morning in a hot sweat. Tears rolling down my eyes like, oh my God, what happened? Like, thank God it was just a dream. um, you dreamed a solution for the physics problem? No, no. I I have no idea what I was dreaming about. I just woke up at like 3:30 to what sounded like someone hitting a controller of a console, and it sounded like they were having a very tough time against a boss because they yelled out, what was it? They yelled, "Why won't you just die? God damn, you're so annoying." And it sounded like they were like bashing a controller on a table. And I was like, sucks to be them. I hope it's a controller. Well, I mean, there haven't been any police that showed up today, so I assume it was fine. It could have been a spider. Like it could have been an Australian huntsman. And they're like trying to they hit it like 5 times and they're like, "Oh my God, why don't you just die?" You can hear that from your neighbors. So I'm in an apartment building. Okay. I'm in an apartment building. So if someone yells or hits something on a table or something like that, you can generally hear it in the adjoining apartments. Yeah. Um, it's the Y force. We're in an apartment complex too. See, we have much in common. We do. We're both unemployed. Hmm. I already had global position typed out. What am I doing? So that Y force it is. You've heard of Triforce. Now deal with Y force. So I need to try and figure out what I need to multiply this by. Like what delta, what dot I need to get. Oh, that's right. Boo. Fucking Jesus Christ. Normalized. Normalized. God damn it. Um, that's going to be the same value because the player's looking at it. Normal force from Newton. Nah, normalizes it to be between 0 and 1. Hmm. I've heard called soft max in other contexts. What? Um, So basically what I'm trying to do. Have a good sleep, Almic. What I'm trying to do, for anyone that is unaware. Thanks for the help too, Almic. Thanks for the suggestions and talking stuff through. When I'm looking at this, I click and I press up and it opens. I don't want that. I click and I go up, it closes. I want that. On the side, I do this, it opens. That's fine. I go up, it closes. That's fine. What I want is when I'm in front or over to the side here, yeah, going down opens it. Yeah, because currently I've always got to go up. Hmm. So we need to do that. But the dot is only for something that's looking away, like looking in two different directions. Hmm. I don't think I'm going to get this today, at least. So we have the dot product. Those two are equivalent. Can use this fact to detect whether an object is facing towards another object. The diagram below, the player P is trying to avoid the zombies A and B. Assuming the zombies field is 180 degrees, can they see the player? AP is the direction of A to P. And if AP, okay, okay, I think I see. normalize them, but we want to go direction will be global position, direction to player instance, global position. And then we do direction normalized. Because we're doing the lid, its direction towards the player. And we want that. See what happens. Oh, hang on. Um, let's go. Because now it's not worrying about like downward angle. Okay. Um, let's try that. Let's try that. I'm in front. Up is still the way. Hmm. -1. God damn, -1. Not +1. -1. Okay. Now, I still need to do that, so I still need to handle that. We do less than that. And we scale that value between we scale dot over negative 0.7. Multiply it. No, that's not right. Because I want to scale a value to 0 and 1. And that value is, we had a value of 2. Like, our maximum was 4. Our value was 2. We would have 2 over 4 would be 0.5. Whereas if we have it here, where we want it to be where we have a value between 1 and 4, and we want to scale it to between 0 and 1, we would have to go our value minus our minimum. So it'd be our value minus our minimum. Our minimum's obviously going to be a positive here, so that way we get it back to 0. You know what? No. It's going to multiply it by dot. Or multiply it by negative 1. I'm not sure if that's going to feel natural, though. Yeah? Like, on the side, you go up to open and close. And then when you're in front, up no longer works. You got to pull down. I'm going to have to think about that. I'm going to have to think about that. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel. But hey, we've got our physics interaction working. It's doing what we want. We can work with it. We can make sure that things are like we make sure that the spring is handled by the object we're interacting with, not by the player. So that way we can have, custom logic for when we're interacting with each thing. Yeah. I just need to tweak these lids a bit more to make them feel a bit better. And then we can go on to picking up the blocks and putting them in the box and stuff like that. So I really need to go take a slash though. So I will see you all tomorrow, you fantastic gedunts.